Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The waters of the Sea of Rhûn whispered ancient secrets as they lapped against the weathered stones of the eastern shore. In the growing twilight of the Fourth Age, when most of her kindred had already sailed west, Rhûn stood motionless upon the beach, her silver hair catching the last rays of the setting sun. The Noldor elf's keen eyes traced the ghostly outlines of ruins that emerged from the mists like memories of a forgotten age. Behind her, the heavy footfalls of Gimli II, son of Gimli, broke the evening's silence as he approached, his father's axe gleaming at his belt. "The stars are different here," Rhûn observed, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "They seem to remember something our histories have forgotten." The young dwarf came to stand beside her, his red beard braided in the fashion of Erebor. Unlike his father, who had formed an unprecedented friendship with Legolas, Gimli too had grown up hearing tales of the unique bond between elf and dwarf. Now, standing beside one of the last Noldor in Middle-earth, he felt the weight of that legacy. "My father's maps spoke of settlements here," he said, unrolling an ancient parchment marked with fading runes. But nothing of what we seek. The ruins before them had emerged from the shifting sands only days ago, after a great storm had swept across the inland sea. What had initially appeared to be yet another remnant of the Second Age had quickly revealed itself to be something far more significant. The stonework were both elvish and dwarvish signatures, not as separate editions, but as a single harmonious design. As they ventured into the ruins, their torch casting dancing shadows on walls that hadn't seen light in millennia, Rhûn's fingers traced inscriptions that spoke of impossible things. "This speaks of a time before the rings," she translated, her voice barely a whisper. "When Annatar walked among us, before he revealed himself as Sauron, Gimli too held his torch higher, revealing intricate metalwork that wound through the stone like veins of mithril. These patterns, they're similar to those in Moria, but different. More elegant, because they were forged together," Rhûn realized, her eyes widening. This was a place where our peoples worked as one. Before the rings, before the betrayal, their exploration led them deeper into the ruins, through chambers where forges long cold still bore the marks of ancient fires. In one room, they found workbenches where elvish and dwarvish tools lay side by side, preserved by some power neither of them fully understood. But it was in the library that they made their most startling discovery. Protected by spells that had outlasted empires, they found journals written in both Tengwar and Khuzdul, telling a story that had been lost to time. They spoke of a colony where the greatest craftsmen of both races had worked together, sharing secrets and techniques that had been jealously guarded for ages. And they spoke of a visitor, Annatar, the Lord of Gifts, who had come bearing knowledge and left carrying something far more precious. "Listen to this," Rhûn said, her fingers trembling as she read from a journal. "Today, Annatar spoke of binding power to matter in ways we had never conceived. The tests were successful beyond our dreams, but something in his eyes when he watched our work. It reminded me of the shadows in the deep places of the earth." Gimli too leaned forward, his beard brushing the ancient pages. "This was written before he went to Erebor," before he taught Celebrimbor the secrets of ring-making. This was where he perfected his deception, Emriel concluded grimly. Where he first learned how to blend elvish magic with dwarvish craft, but there was more. The final entries spoke of a project something created in secret after Anatar's departure, when the first doubts began to surface. Celebrimbor himself had visited the colony, and together with the master craftsmen, they had forged something that had been hidden away when the first whispers of Sauron's true identity began to spread. Their search led them to a chamber deep beneath the ruins, where the air itself seemed to hum with ancient power. There, in a vault that bore the seals of both peoples, they found a sphere of crystal and mithril, smaller than a dwarf's fist, but containing swirling energies that made the air crackle with potential. The journals called it the essence of unity, Emriel said softly. Celebrimbor created it as a counterpoint to the rings, a proof that our peoples could achieve greater things together than apart. But they feared what Sauron might do with such knowledge, so they hid it away as Gimli too reached for the sphere. A shadow passed over the entrance to the chamber. Both elf and dwarf spun to face the doorway, where dark figures now stood, servants of the fallen Dark Lord, drawn to this place by the same whispers of power that had guided our heroes. What followed was a battle that would have been sung of in both elvish halls and dwarvish feasts, had any been left to sing of it. Emriel's blade danced with the grace of the Noldor, while Gimli-Eye's axe struck with the fury of Durin's folk. Together, they held back the Dark Ones who sought to claim the ancient power for their own. In the heart of battle, as blade met blade and axe met shield, the sphere began to pulse with a light that grew brighter with each passing moment. Emriel, with her ancient elven wisdom, understood first what was happening. The essence responds to our unity. She called out over the clash of weapons, just as it did in the days when it was forged. Understanding dawned in Gimli-Eye's eyes. Fighting back to back with Emriel, he felt the truth of it. This was what the sphere had been created to prove, that elf and dwarf together were stronger than any darkness. The power that erupted from the sphere then was not the corrupted force their enemies had hoped to claim, but something older and pure, the combined might of elvish magic and dwarvish craft, working as one. When the light faded, their enemies lay scattered and defeated, and the sphere had crumbled to dust, its purpose finally fulfilled. In the days that followed, as they worked to secure the ruins and their precious historical records, Emriel and Gimli too pondered the significance of what they had discovered. This wasn't just a repository of ancient lore or a cache of forgotten power. It was proof that the divisions between their peoples had never been inevitable. Perhaps this is why we found it now, Emriel mused one evening as they watched the sun set over the Sea of Rhûn. In these fading days of the Fourth Age, when so much of the old world is passing away, we needed to be reminded that strength lies not in isolation, but in unity. Gimli too nodded, thinking of his father's friendship with Legolas, and how it had once seemed as unlikely as the very ruins they had discovered. The world is changing, he said, but perhaps some changes bring us full circle, back to truths we had forgotten. The legacy they had uncovered in the ruins by the Sea of Rhûn would not be forgotten again. In the years that followed, the story of the ancient colony and its proof of unity became a bridge between the remaining elves and dwarves of Middle-earth. And though the essence of unity had crumbled to dust, its true power lived on in the renewed bonds between the two peoples, a reminder that in the end, it was not the great rings or mighty spells that defined their people's greatest achievements, but their capacity to work together in trust and friendship. And so it was that in the twilight of the Fourth Age, when most tales of elves and dwarves had faded into legend, one final story was added to the chronicles of Middle-earth, a tale not of division and distrust, but of unity and hope. preserved in the memories of both peoples until the ending of the world. Story 2. Snow fell silently on the ruins of Feros, the ancient capital of Arnor, as Halbarad pulled his weathered ranger's cloak tighter against the biting wind. The moon cast long shadows through broken towers that had once rivaled the splendor of Minas Tirith, now standing like silent sentinels in the night. Behind him, the steady footfalls of Enin, master smith of the Blue Mountains, echoed off stone walls that still whispered tales of forgotten glory. "The stories speak true," Enin muttered, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Even in Rhûn, the craftsmanship of old Arnor stands proud. The dwarf's expert eyes traced the intricate stonework, finding subtle patterns that spoke of techniques lost to time. Halbarad, cousin to Aragorn and one of the last Dúnedain rangers, nodded solemnly. These walls remember when men and dwarves worked side by side. Before the shadow of Angmar fell upon these lands, his weathered hand came to rest on the pommel of his sword, a habit born from years of vigilance in the wild. Their mission had begun with the discovery of an ancient map in the archives of Erebor, showing secret passages beneath Feros that had never been recorded in the histories of men. The markings suggested something more than mere storage vaults or escape tunnels. They hinted at a hidden forge temple where the greatest craftsmen of both races had once worked in harmony. As they descended into the depths of the ruined city, their torchlight revealed corridors that had not seen light since the fall of the North Kingdom. The walls bore inscriptions in both Sindarin and Khuzdul, speaking of alliances and shared secrets. But it was the warning signs that gave them pause, runes of warding and protection that seemed to pulse with a faint residual power. "Look here," Enin said, brushing centuries of dust from a wall carving. "These are forge marks of Moria, but they're interwoven with Rhûn enchantments. Our peoples created something powerful in these halls. They found the first workshop chamber shortly after, a vast circular room where ancient anvils still stood in perfect preservation. Weapons racks lined the walls, though the arms they once held had long since been removed. But it was the central dais that drew their attention, a raised platform where the floor itself was inscribed with runes of power that spiraled outward like ripples in a pond. "This is why the Witch King feared Feros," Halbarad breathed, his ranger's instincts sensing the ancient power that still lingered. It wasn't just the strength of its walls or the valor of its warriors. There was something here that threatened even him, as if in response to his words. A cold wind swept through the chamber, carrying with it the faint echo of distant horns. Both ranger and dwarf froze, their experiences telling them this was no natural draft from above. Enin's hand tightened on his axe. "We're not alone in these depths." They pressed deeper into the complex, finding more workshops and libraries where scrolls had turned to dust centuries ago. But with each chamber they explored, the sound of horns grew clearer, accompanied now by the ghostly ring of hammers on anvils. In the heart of the complex, they discovered their answer and their doom. A great forge chamber opened before them, its ceiling lost in darkness above. At its center stood an anvil of black metal that seemed to drink in their torchlight, and above it floated a crown of strange make, neither fully material nor completely spectral. The crown of the Witch King, Halbarad said grimly, recognizing it from ancient descriptions. Left here as an anchor for his curse, the crown began to pulse with an sickly green light, and from the shadows emerged figures that had waited centuries for intruders, the spectral forms of fallen warriors, both men and dwarves, their eyes burning with unnatural fire. They had once been the guardians of this place, now twisted by the Witch King's malice into eternal sentinels. They're bound to the crown, Enin realized, reading the runes that still glowed on the walls. The Witch King corrupted the very enchantments meant to protect this place. These are our own people, cursed to guard his legacy. The battle that followed would have been worthy of song, had any bard been present to witness it. Halberad's sword, blessed by the lore of Arnor, flashed in the darkness as he fought opponents who had once been his own ancestors. Enin's axe, forged in the tradition of Durin's folk, proved equally effective against the spectral warriors, its dwarf runes flaring with each strike against the supernatural foes. But for each guardian they dispatched, two more seemed to emerge from the shadows. Soon they found themselves backed against the central anvil, surrounded by a closing circle of ghostly warriors. The crown, Halberad called out, parrying a spectral blade. It must be destroyed upon the anvil. Enin understood immediately. This was no ordinary anvil. It was one of the great forge anvils of old, capable of both making and unmaking items of power. But reaching it would mean cutting through a wall of cursed warriors. What followed was a desperate gambit. Halberad, channeling the blood of Enmenor that flowed in his veins, began to speak words of power in ancient Sindarin, a warding spell taught to him by Aragorn. At the same time, Enin began to chant in Khuzdul, invoking the craft magic of his people. The combination of their voices, speaking words of power in the languages of both their peoples, caused the spectral warriors to hesitate. In that moment, Halberad leaped toward the floating crown, his blessed blade striking it with all his strength and sending it spinning through the air toward the anvil. Enin's axe, thrown with dwarven precision, met the crown as it fell. The impact rang through the chamber like a death knell, and the crown shattered upon the anvil's surface in a burst of green fire. The effect was immediate. The spectral warriors froze, the unnatural light in their eyes flickering and fading. One by one, they bowed to their liberators before fading away, finally free to seek their eternal rest. In the silence that followed, Halberad and Enin found themselves surrounded by the treasures that guardians had been protecting, weapons and armor of extraordinary make, forged by the combined skills of men and dwarves. But more valuable than these were the scrolls and books that had survived, preserved by the very magics that had been corrupted. These must be returned to Minas Tirith, Halberad said, carefully examining the ancient texts. Aragorn must know what we've found here. Enin nodded, but his eyes were drawn to the forge itself. The crafts detailed here, they could restore the greatness of both our peoples. The alliance that created these wonders could live again as they emerged from the depths of Feros. The snow had stopped falling, and the first light of dawn was breaking over the eastern horizon. The ruins seemed different, now no longer just a monument to what was lost, but a promise of what could be rebuilt. In the years that followed, Feros became more than just a historical site. Under the protection of both the reunited kingdom and the dwarves of the Blue Mountains, it was gradually restored, its ancient forges relit. The alliance that had once flourished, there was renewed, and the weapons and armor produced in its halls would help secure the peace of the Fourth Age. And if travelers passing near the ancient city on quiet nights claimed to hear the sound of hammers ringing on anvils, accompanied by voices singing in both Sindarin and Khuzdul well, perhaps some ghosts are worth keeping around. Story 3. The wind howled through the peaks of the Blue Mountains like a mournful spirit, carrying with it the ancient memories of an age-long past. DS, daughter of Rhûn, sister of Thorin Oakenshield, stood at the entrance of a forgotten cave, her breath forming crystals in the frigid air. The parchment in her hand, discovered in the deepest archives of Erebor after its reclamation, spoke of something impossible, a dragon egg, preserved by Varda's own magic, hidden in these very mountains. Snow crunched beneath heavy boots as See Arden the shipwright approached, his ancient eyes holding the wisdom of one who had seen the rising and setting of countless suns. The silver-haired elf lord seemed out of place among the stark peaks, so far from his beloved havens, yet the gravity of their discovery had drawn him from his ships. The markings match those in the scroll, DS said, her voice carrying the same deep timbre that had marked her brother's speech. Her gloved fingers traced runes carved into the rock face elvish script, interwoven with dwarvish craftsmanship. This is the place, see Arden nodded, his beard catching the pale winter sunlight. The magic still lingers here. Can you feel it? Like starlight caught in crystal, the cave before them plunged deep into the mountain's heart, its walls smooth as polished glass. As they ventured inside, their torches revealed murals that told a story few now remembered of the first dragons, created not by Morgoth's malice, but by Varda's blessing, meant to be guardians of the skies as the eagles were guardians of the winds. My people always wondered why the great eagles never challenged Smaug, DS mused, studying the ancient artwork. Perhaps they remembered when dragons were their kin in the service of the Valar, the passage led them deeper, past chambers where starlight somehow filtered through solid rock, creating patterns that danced across the floor like living things. The air grew warmer rather than colder, charged with an energy that made their skin tingle. In the heart of the mountain, they found it a chamber vast as a cathedral, its domed ceiling scattered with crystals that glowed like captured stars. And there, suspended in a column of light at the chamber's center, floated an egg of crystalline beauty, its surface reflecting colors that had no names in any mortal tongue. The last pure dragon egg, see Arden breathed, his usual composure slipping for a moment. Preserved here since the First Age, when Morgoth's corruption began turning its kind to darkness, but they were not alone in their discovery. As they approached the egg, shadows moved at the chamber's edges, servants of the dark, survivors of Sauron's fall, who had followed their own ancient texts to this place. Their leader stepped forward, a figure in black robes whose face was hidden in shadow. The power of an uncorrupted dragon, the figure spoke, voice rasping like dead leaves. Imagine what such a creature could accomplish in the right hands. DS's warhammer was in her hands in an instant, its runes flaring to life. You mean what suffering it could cause in the wrong ones? The battle that erupted in that sacred chamber was like something out of the Elder Days' dwarvish fury and elvish grace against dark sorcery that should have perished with Sauron. DS fought with all the skill that had made the line of Durin legendary, her hammer striking with devastating precision. See, Arden moved like flowing water, his sword flashing with the light of stars, each stroke backed by millennia of experience. But their enemies were numerous, and darkness had its own power. As the battle raged, one of the dark servants managed to reach the egg, hands outstretched to claim it. The moment they touched the crystal surface, however, something extraordinary happened. The egg began to pulse with light, responding to the conflict around it. A voice filled the chamber, not in words but in pure music, reminiscent of the great music from which Arda itself had been born. The light grew blinding, and in that radiance, the truth of the egg's purpose was revealed. It was waiting, see, Arden realized, his voice carrying over the chaos, not for victory or power, but for unity. For proof that elf and dwarf could still stand together against darkness. The egg's shell began to crack, lines of light spreading across its surface like dawn breaking. The dark servants fell back, shielding their eyes, their shadow magic dispelled by the pure radiance. From within the egg emerged a creature of legend, a dragon of light and crystal, its scales catching and reflecting the starlight like living gems. The newborn dragon spread wings that seemed woven from starlight itself, and its first cry shook the very foundations of the mountain. The remaining servants of darkness fled in terror, their powers nothing before this pure embodiment of Varda's original blessing. In the aftermath, As dust settled and the dragon's light dimmed to a more manageable radiance, DS and C. Arden found themselves facing a creature that represented hope they had never dared to imagine. The dragon regarded them with eyes that held the wisdom of ages, despite having just entered the world. "The scrolls spoke true," DS said softly. "It needed both our peoples, the craft of the dwarves and the starlight of the elves, to awaken properly." C. Arden nodded, a rare smile gracing his ancient features. "And now we bear a great responsibility. This creature must be protected, taught, helped to understand its place in a world very different from the one it was created for." The dragon, as if understanding their words, dipped its crystalline head in acknowledgement. Its presence would change everything, not as a weapon or a tool of power, but as a living reminder of what had once been and what could be again. In the years that followed, the dragon of Rhûn became a symbol of hope and unity. It made its home in the highest peaks of the Blue Mountains, where its crystal scales caught the sun and stars, creating displays of light that could be seen for leagues. Under the joint protection of the dwarves of Rhûn and the elves of the Grey Havens, it grew in wisdom and strength, helping to ensure that the peace of the Fourth Age would endure. And if travelers sometimes spotted a being of pure light soaring between the mountain peaks, its wings leaving trails of starfire in the night sky, they knew they were witnessing more than just a creature of legend. They were seeing proof that even in an age when magic was fading from the world, wonders could still arise from the union of ancient peoples and the wisdom to protect rather than possess. As for DS and C. Arden, their alliance forged in that crystal chamber became the foundation for a renewed cooperation between the peoples. The last dragon of Rhûn had awakened not just to live, but to remind all who saw it that the greatest powers in Middle-earth had always come not from domination, but from the willing partnership of its free peoples. Story 4. The Malorn leaves of Rhûn whispered ancient secrets as they drifted down from their golden boughs, each one carrying memories of an age that was swiftly passing into legend. Celeber, and daughter of Galadriel and Celeborn, stood beneath the fading canopy of the golden wood, her silver hair catching the last rays of autumn sunlight. Though she had left these shores long ago for the undying lands, seeking healing from the wounds inflicted by ORCs, she had returned in secret, drawn by a prophecy that had haunted her dreams even in Valinor. The woods were different now, quieter without her mother's power to sustain them. Yet even in their twilight, they retained an ethereal beauty that no other place in Middle-earth could match. Her footsteps made no sound as she approached the hollow where her mother's mirror had once stood, now empty save for memories and fallen leaves. "The lady returns to her mother's realm," a deep voice rumbled from the shadows. Durin VII, last of his line and would-be reclaimer of Moria, stepped into the clearing. His dark beard was streaked with silver, and his eyes held the weight of his ancestors' burden. "Though I did not expect to meet you here, so far from the havens," Celeber, and's hand rested on the hilt of her sword, a weapon she had never needed in the blessed realm, but had felt compelled to bring on this journey. "The dreams speak of something stirring in the deep places, Lord Durin. Something older than the Balrog, older perhaps than Morgoth's corruption itself," the dwarf lord nodded grimly. "My people have felt it too. The very roots of the mountains tremble with its awakening. That is why we have not yet moved to reclaim Moria, though its halls call to us day and night. Together, they walk through the fading glory of Rhûn, an unlikely pair bound by a shared purpose." Celeber and spoke of her dreams, visions of a chamber deep beneath the misty mountains, where something ancient slumbered in chains of light and shadow. Durin shared his own people's lore, tales passed down through generations of something that dwelt in the deep places before the dwarves ever broke stone. Their path led them to the borders of the Golden Wood, where the trees gave way to the first slopes of the mountains. Here, hidden beneath roots older than the sun, they found what they sought, an entrance marked with symbols that belonged to no known age of Middle Earth. These markings, Durin mused, his fingers tracing patterns that seemed to shift and change under his touch. They're older than any script I know. Yet they share elements with both our people's most ancient writings. As they descended into the earth, the air grew thick with age and power. The passage was unlike any dwarf work, its walls smooth as glass and shot through with veins of crystal that gave off a pale, pulsing light. The deeper they went, the stronger grew the sense of something vast and ancient stirring in the darkness below. They found the first signs of the guardians in a chamber half a league beneath the surface, the remains of ancient wards and barriers, some crafted by the dwarves of the First Age, others bearing the distinctive magic of the High Elves. All had been maintained and renewed over millennia, until the fall of Moria had broken the chain of watchers. "Look here," Celeborn said, examining runes that still held a faint glow. These were carved by Celebrimbor himself. A warning, but also a confession. "What do they say?" Durin asked, though something in his blood told him he already knew. "They speak of what was found in the deep places when Moria was first delved," she translated, her voice barely a whisper. "Something that both our peoples agreed must remain imprisoned." The Balrog was not the only thing that slept beneath the mountains. Their descent continued, past chambers where ancient magic still sparked and crackled in the air. The very rock seemed to pulse with power, and more than once they had to stop while Celeborn and renewed wards that had begun to fail with age. Finally, they reached a vast cavern deep beneath the roots of the mountains. At its center, suspended in chains of light that anchored to the very bedrock, hung a sphere of absolute darkness, like a hole cut in the fabric of reality itself. The void heart, Celeborn breathed, recognizing it from her dreams. A fragment of the outer darkness, sealed away before the First Age. This is what Morgoth sought when he first built Utumno, not just dominion over Middle-earth, but the power to unmake it entirely. But the ancient bonds were failing. The chains of light flickered and dimmed, and with each pulse of weakness, the darkness seemed to grow more substantial, more hungry. Around the chamber, they could see where the rock itself had begun to crumble into nothingness, where the void's influence had touched it. "If these bonds fail completely," Durin said, his voice grave, "it will consume everything. Not just Moria, but all of Middle-earth." Celeborn moved forward, her hands raised as she began to sing in Quenya, words of power that had not been heard in Middle-earth since the departure of her mother. Durin joined her, adding his own deep voice and the ancient words of his people, words that had been used in the shaping of the very mountains. The chamber filled with light and song, power flowing from both elf and dwarf into the ancient bindings. The chains of light began to strengthen, taking on new patterns that combined the craft of both peoples. But it wasn't enough. The void pulled at them, threatening to drag them into its endless darkness. In that moment of crisis, Celeborn understood why she had been called back from the Undying Lands. Reaching into her tunic, she withdrew a crystal phial, not her mother's gift of starlight, but something else, something she had brought from Valinor itself. "The light of the two trees," she explained, seeing Durin's questioning look. "A single drop, preserved in crystal, given to me by the Valar themselves for this purpose." As she uncorked the phial, light flooded the chamber, not the pale light of stars or sun, but the pure, primordial radiance of Lorelin and Telperion combined. The void recoiled, and in that moment, Durin struck the final binding stone with his hammer, sealing the new enchantments into place. The darkness was contained once more, but now bound by chains that combined the light of Valinor with the craft of both elves and dwarves. The void heart still hung in its prison, but its power was muted, contained by bonds that would last until the breaking of the world. As they made their way back to the surface, both knew that their work was not yet complete. The passages would need to be sealed, new wards established, and both their peoples would need to maintain vigilance. But something else had been accomplished here, a renewal of the ancient alliance between elf and dwarf, forged in the face of a darkness that threatened all. Under the light of the setting sun, at the borders of the Golden Wood, Celeber and Endurance seven parted ways. She would return to the Undying Lands, carrying with her the knowledge that Middle-earth was safer for her children and their children after them. He would continue his work to reclaim Moria, but now with the wisdom to do so cautiously, always mindful of what slept in the deep places. And in the depths beneath the mountains, new wards glowed with combined power, keeping watch over a darkness that would sleep until the end of days. Story 5. The shadows of Merkwood grew deeper with each passing day, as if the very trees remembered darker times and whispered warnings of their return. Tauriel, distant kin to Legolas and one of the few Sylvan elves who remained in the forest after the War of the Ring, moved silently through the twisted branches, her keen eyes scanning the darkness beneath the canopy. Something had changed in the ancient wood, a stirring of old powers that made even the spiders retreat to their deepest lairs. The first signs had appeared 3 days ago, strange lights flickering between the trees, and the sound of distant hammering that seemed to come from beneath the earth itself. Now, as she followed a trail that should not have existed straight as an arrow through the chaos of Merkwood's undergrowth, she felt the weight of destiny settling around her shoulders like a cloak. "You feel it too, then?" The voice emerged from the shadows, deep and resonant as the mountains themselves. D and 3 stepped into a shaft of filtered sunlight, his armor gleaming with the distinctive blue steel sheen of Erebor's forges. The young dwarf prince carried himself with the dignity of his line. Though his eyes held a wariness that spoke of the burden, he bore one of the last rings of the dwarves, kept secret even after Sauron's fall. Tauriel's hand didn't move from her bow, but her stance softened slightly. The forest speaks of something awakening. Something older than the shadow that once plagued these woods. Together, they followed the unnatural path deeper into Merkwood's heart, where the trees grew so ancient and twisted that even the elves had forgotten their names. The air grew thick with magic, not the corrupt sorcery that had tainted the forest under Sauron's influence, but something older, purer, yet no less dangerous for its age. They found the ruins beneath a massive oak whose roots had cracked and shifted to reveal what lay beneath stonework that were both elvish and dwarvish signatures, its surfaces etched with runes that still held power after countless centuries. "These are the marks of Erebor," D-In said, his fingers tracing patterns in the ancient stone. "But not as we forge them now. These were made in the early days, when our peoples still shared their crafts freely." Tauriel knelt beside him, her eyes catching patterns that his could not. "And here, these are cinder and runes, but interwoven with yours in a way I've never seen. They speak of a gateway and of something that was sealed away. Their exploration led them deeper, into chambers that had clearly been delved by dwarvish hands, but adorned with elvish artistry. The deeper they went, the more the air hummed with power, until they reached a vast circular chamber whose walls were covered in mirrors of polished obsidian. At the chamber's center stood a stone arch, its surface rippling like water, despite its clearly solid nature. Above it, words were carved in both Sindarin and Khuzdul. "The way to Moria, impossible," D-In breathed. "A portal to Moria?" "Here, in Merkwood. Not impossible," Tauriel corrected, reading more of the ancient script. "This was created in the Second Age, when both our peoples feared Sauron's rising power. A secret route between the great realms, hidden even from the wise, but they were not alone in their discovery. From the shadows emerged figured cloaked in black servants of the fallen Dark Lord, drawn by the awakening power of the ancient gateway. Their leader stepped forward, face hidden beneath a hood of shadow. The ring, the figure hissed, gesturing toward Dian. That is what awakened the portal. The last of the dwarf rings, calling to its kin across the mountains, the battle erupted without warning, bow and blade against dark sorcery. Toriel's arrows found their marks with deadly precision, while Dian's axe sang with the fury of his ancestors. But their enemies were many, and with each passing moment, the portal's power grew stronger, its surface beginning to swirl with images of vast halls and deep chasms. The rings, Toriel, called out between shots. They're trying to use its power to reach the rings that were lost in Moria. Understanding dawned in Dian's eyes. The portal was never meant to be merely a passage, it was a link between the dwarf rings, created in an age when their people had feared Sauron would claim them. Now, these servants of darkness sought to use the connection to reclaim what their master had lost. What followed was a desperate gambit. Dian removed his ring, its blue stone gleaming in the chamber's strange light. But instead of surrendering it, he began to speak ancient words in Khuztal, words that had been passed down through his line since the rings were first forged. Toriel, understanding his intent, added her own voice, speaking Sindarin words of unbinding and renewal. The combination of their powers, dwarvish craft and elvish magic, caused the ring to flare with brilliant light. The portal's surface began to crack like ice in spring, lines of light spreading across its surface. The dark servants rushed forward in desperation, but it was too late. With a sound like breaking glass amplified 1,000-fold, the portal shattered, its fragments dissolving into motes of light that drifted away like snow. In the aftermath, as they bound their wounded enemies and prepared to take them to the woodland realm for judgment, Dian studied his ring thoughtfully. "It's different now," he said. "The power in it has changed." Toriel nodded, feeling the shift in the very air around them. "The portal's breaking has severed old bonds and perhaps created new ones. Your ring is no longer bound to its kin in Moria, but to something else. Something older and pure. The chambers beneath Merkwood became a place of study and cooperation between their peoples. The mirrors of obsidian, they discovered, held records of ancient knowledge, shared crafts and powers that had been forgotten by both races. Though the portal was destroyed, something more valuable had been preserved, the memory of a time when elf and dwarf had worked as one. Dian's ring, transformed by the breaking of ancient bonds, became a symbol of this renewed alliance. Its power no longer called to lost treasures in the deep places of the earth, but instead strengthened the bonds between the free peoples of Middle-earth. And if travelers in Merkwood sometimes spoke of lights dancing between the trees, or of hearing the sound of elvish songs mingling with dwarvish hammers in the deep places of the forest, well, perhaps some secrets are better left as mysteries, known only to those who still remember the days when the barriers between realms were thinner and the bonds between peoples stronger. In the years that followed, Toriel and Dian maintained their unlikely friendship, guardians of a secret that spoke not of division and distrust, but of the power that could be found when ancient rivalries were set aside in favor of unity. The shadows in Merkwood grew lighter, and though magic was fading from Middle-earth, some powers remained not in grand displays of sorcery, but in the simple truth that the strongest magic had always come from the joining of different peoples in common cause. Story 6. In the lightless depths of Moria, where the memories of ancient glory still echoed through abandoned halls, a single torch moved through the darkness. Its bearer, Dian III of the line of Durin, led a small company of dwarves through passages that had not known footsteps since the Balrog's shadow fell upon Moria. The torchlight danced across walls, still bearing the scars of old battles. But Dian's attention was fixed ahead, where his grandfather's maps promised something extraordinary: the legendary forge, where Celebrimbor himself had worked alongside the greatest dwarf smiths of the Second Age. "My lord," called Nori the scout, her voice tight with urgency. "There's something ahead, a light that should not be." Through a partially collapsed archway, they could see it, a soft silver glow emanating from what appeared to be a sealed chamber. The door bore the intertwined symbols of both elvish and dwarvish craftsmanship, and in the center, a script that seemed to shift between both tongues. Before they could approach closer, another voice rang through the halls, clear and musical, yet carrying an edge of steel. "Hold, children of all. You are not the only ones drawn here by the forge's awakening." From the shadows stepped an elf woman, her armor bearing the symbols of lawful Rhûn, though that realm had long since faded into memory. She introduced herself as Muriel, and the gravity in her ageless eyes spoke of urgent purpose. "I come bearing warnings," she said. "My dreams are haunted by visions of a darkness rising in Gundabad, one that seeks what lies within this chamber." Dian's hand tightened on his warhammer. "The forge of Celebrimbor is the inheritance of my people. Whatever darkness threatens is a threat to us all," Muriel interrupted, "as it was in the days when this forge was sealed. Look closer at the door, son of Durin. See what your ancestors wished you to remember." Upon closer inspection, the shifting script resolved into a clear message. "Here lies sealed the forge where the rings of power were born, where elf and dwarf worked as one. Let none enter save those who remember the true strength of unity." As if in response to these words, the silver light pulsed brighter. The chamber beyond the door suddenly echoed with the sound of hammers striking anvils, though no smith worked there. Through the ancient stone came the ghostly harmonies of elvish, singing twining with dwarven chants. "The forge remembers," Muriel whispered. "It remembers what we achieved when we worked together, before pride and suspicion drove us apart." A tremor ran through the mountain then, and with it came other sounds, the screech of metal on stone, and darker voices chanting in a tongue that made the very air feel tainted. The enemy Muriel had foreseen was drawing near. "They are cultists," she explained quickly, "followers of Sauron's old ways who believe they have found the key to forging new rings of power. They have discovered secrets in Gundabad's depths, dark reflections of the crafts that once produced the rings. But what they seek here is the pure knowledge, the true understanding that only Celebrimbor and your ancestors possessed." Dian studied the door once more, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Then we must reach it first. Not to use it, but to protect it." He turned to Muriel. "You say the forge remembers when our peoples worked together? Perhaps it is time we remembered as well, together." They approached the sealed door. Dian spoke words in ancient Khuzdul, the secret tongue of the dwarves, while Muriel's voice rose in elvish songs of opening and revelation. The door recognized the union of both people's power and slowly began to swing open. The chamber beyond took their breath away. The forge stood intact, its great bellows and anvils untouched by time. Upon the walls were recorded secrets of craftsmanship that combined the finest knowledge of both people's secrets that had been sealed away when the power they produced proved too tempting, too dangerous. But they had little time to marvel. The enemy's chants grew louder, and with them came the sound of many armored feet. The cultists had followed them into the deep. What followed was a desperate battle through Moria's ancient halls. Dian's company fought with all the skill of their people, while Muriel's elvish magic turned the very shadows against their foes. But it was only when dwarf and elf truly worked together, when Muriel's spells guided Dian's hammer blows, when dwarven axes cleared paths for elvish arrows, that they began to truly prevail. The final confrontation came in the forge chamber itself. The cultist's leader, a figure wreathed in unnatural shadows, sought to reach the forge's heart, where the most dangerous secrets lay recorded. But Din and Muriel stood together before it, and in that moment, they understood what needed to be done. Working quickly, they began the process not of unsealing the forge's powers, but of binding them more deeply. Dwarven craft and elvish song wove together, as they had in the Second Age, but this time in an act of protection rather than creation. The forge's secrets were sealed away not just behind doors and walls, but into the very fabric of the mountain itself. The cultist's powers, based on corrupted knowledge, could not stand against this pure union of elvish and dwarven arts. Their leader's shadows were burned away by the light of true craft, and his followers fled back into the deep places from which they had come. When it was done, the forge chamber had been transformed. Though its greatest secrets were now hidden beyond reach, it remained a place where both peoples could meet and work together, sharing the foundations of their craft, while ensuring its greatest powers remained safely contained. In the years that followed, Moria began to change. The sealed forge became a symbol of cooperation between the peoples of Middle-earth. Young dwarven crafters worked alongside elvish artisans, rediscovering the benefits of sharing knowledge while respecting its limits. The darkness that had long haunted Moria's depths began to recede, pushed back by the light of understanding and mutual respect. And if sometimes in the depths of night, the sounds of hammer and anvil could be heard echoing through the ancient halls, accompanied by both elvish song and dwarven chant, well, that was just the forge remembering better days, and promising better days yet to come. Story 7. Wind howled through the broken towers of Weathertop, carrying with it the whispers of ages past. Amon Cell, once the proud watchtower of the kingdom of Arnor, now stood as a crown of broken stone against the twilight sky. Yet on this night, something stirred among its ancient ruins that had not stirred in an age of the world. The Rhûn, explorer of Erebor and lore seeker, stood at the edge of a newly discovered chamber beneath the ruins. His torch cast dancing shadows across walls marked with symbols that seemed to shift in the flickering light, some carved in the angular runes of his own people, others flowing in the elegant script of the Eldar. "We should not linger here," warned Arwen Vardamir, the elf scholar who had accompanied him from Rivendell. Her voice, though soft, carried an edge of urgency. These ruins remember too much, but Thrin's attention was fixed on a section of wall that seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly green light. "Look at these markings," he said, his thick fingers tracing the intricate patterns. "They speak of the fall of Arnor, but in a way I've never seen recorded. The chamber they had discovered lay deep beneath the surface of Weathertop, accessible only through a narrow passage that had opened mysteriously during the last new moon. Its walls were covered in an unbroken circle of historical records, the complete chronicle of Arnor's decline and fall." As they studied the ancient writings, a chill breeze swept through the chamber, carrying with it the sound of distant voices. Arwen's hand went to the hilt of her sword, its blade glowing with a faint blue light. "We are not alone." From the shadows emerged a figure that seemed formed of mist and memory, a spectral guardian of the ancient fortress. Its voice echoed not in their ears, but in their minds. The seals weaken. The enemy stirs once more. Rhûn gripped his war hammer tighter, but Arwen raised a hand in peace. "Speak, guardian," she said. "What enemy do you warn of?" The spirit's form solidified slightly, revealing the ghostly image of a Dnedain ranger from ages past. In the depths beneath this tower lies a chamber sealed by the last king of Arnor. Within it rests artifacts of terrible power, weapons and tokens that the Witch King of Angmar sought to claim. Though he himself was destroyed, his servants remain, Waiting for the seals to fail, as if in response to these words, a tremor ran through the ground. Deep below, something awakened a malevolent presence that both dwarf and elf could feel in their very bones. The prophecy speaks true, the guardian continued. When the blood of the first age mingles with the craft of the deeps, the seals must either be renewed or broken forever. Arwen's eyes widened in understanding. That is why we were drawn here, an elf of Rivendell and a dwarf of Erebor. Our combined knowledge might be enough to strengthen what is failing, Rhûn finished. But we'll have to work quickly. They descended deeper into the heart of Amon Cell, following the Guardian's ethereal light. The passages they traversed bore signs of ancient battles, scorch marks from fell sorcery, weapon strikes in the stone, and always that sickly green glow growing stronger. At last they reached a vast circular chamber. At its center stood a pedestal bearing 9 seals, each one crafted from a combination of dwarf-forged metal and elf-wrought crystal. But the seals were cracking, dark energy seeping through the fissures. These were crafted by both our peoples, Rhûn observed, examining the intricate work. The metal is of Moria, but these crystals from the forges of a region, Arwen confirmed. Created in the days when elf and dwarf still worked together, before the shadow fell between our peoples, another tremor shook the chamber, and through the cracks in the seals came whispers in the black speech, promises of power. Hints of ancient secrets to be unveiled. But neither elf nor dwarf heeded them. Instead, they began their work. Rhûn drew upon his people's ancient craft knowledge, using techniques passed down from the great smiths of the First Age to strengthen the metal bands. Arwen's voice rose in songs of power learned in the hidden valley of Imladris, reinforcing the crystals with the light of the Eldar. But it was not enough. The seals continued to crack, the darkness pushing through with increasing strength. The Guardian's form flickered anxiously as the chamber shook more violently. There is one more thing that might be tried, the spirit said. But it requires a price, a binding of both your bloodlines to the seals themselves. Rhûn and Arwen exchanged glances. To bind themselves to this place would mean a commitment lasting beyond their own lives, a responsibility that would pass to their descendants for generations to come. Yet in that moment of choice, they remembered the stories of their peoples of how the greatest works had always come from cooperation between the races of Middle-earth. Without hesitation, they clasped hands over the central seal. Arwen's voice rose in the high tongue of the Eldar, while Rhûn's deep tones wove through it in the secret language of the dwarves. Their combined blood dropped onto the seals, and where it fell, the metal and crystal merged into something new, a material that shone with the light of stars, but held the strength of the mountain's roots. The darkness recoiled, driven back by the power of their unified purpose. The seals stabilized, glowing now with a warm light that combined the gold of dwarf craft with the silver of elvish magic. When it was done, the Guardian bowed to them both. The Guardians of Amon Cell are renewed, it said. As long as your bloodlines endure, so too shall these seals hold. In the years that followed, Amon Cell became more than just a ruin. A small settlement grew at its base, where descendants of both elf and dwarf would meet to renew the seals and share the knowledge of their peoples. The tower that had once fallen to shadow became a symbol of hope, proof that ancient rivalries could be overcome, and that in unity lay strengths greater than any one people could achieve alone. And on quiet nights, those who climbed to the tower's heights might still see the Guardian's light moving among the ruins, keeping its eternal watch over the seals that bound darkness with the combined strength of two ancient peoples. Story 8. The morning mists clung to the slopes of the Rhûn like ghostly remnants of the sea that had swallowed ancient Beleriand. Within these blue-tinged peaks, where the great dwarf kingdoms of Belagost and Nogred had once flourished, Gimli, son of Gul'in, stood before a wall that should not exist. "These runes," he murmured, his weathered fingers tracing the glowing symbols. "They're not of our making." The elvish script pulsed with a faint light, like starshine trapped in stone. "Legolas, old friend, what do you make of this?" The elf prince stepped forward, his movements as fluid as water, even in these confined spaces. His eyes, which had seen 3 ages of Middle-earth, narrowed as he studied the wall. "This is ancient work," he said softly, "older than the kingdoms of Belagost and Nograd themselves. These are the letters of the Noldor, from the days when Finrod Felagund first encountered the dwarves of the Blue Mountains. Their discovery had begun 3 days earlier, when miners from the restored dwarf settlements had broken through into a previously unknown chamber. The runes had appeared then, spreading like silver roots through the rock, accompanied by a deep humming that seemed to come from the mountain itself. "There's more," Gimli said, moving his torch to illuminate the chamber's depths. The dancing light revealed elaborate carvings that covered the walls, scenes of dwarves and elves working side by side, crafting wonders that had been lost to time. "Look here, this shows the forging of Narsil itself." Legolas's breath caught. "The sword that was broken, reforged as Enril for Aragorn. So the tales were true, it was crafted here, by both our peoples working together. But as they ventured deeper into the chamber, the carvings changed. The scenes of cooperation gave way to darker images, a great shadow taking form in the depths, and both peoples working together to contain it. The humming grew stronger, carrying now an undertone of warning. "Something stirs," Legolas whispered, his hand instinctively moving to his bow. Something that was meant to stay buried. A tremor ran through the mountain, and more runes blazed to life along the walls. Gimli, who had learned much of the elvish tongue during his friendship with Legolas, read them aloud. "Beware the darkness below, bound by 2 kindreds, kept by shared vigil. The histories speak of this," said a new voice. And both companions turned to see Arden, the shipwright himself, standing in the chamber's entrance. The ancient elf lord's presence here, so far from his havens by the sea, spoke to the gravity of their discovery. "In the first age, before the sundering of our peoples, there came forth from the depths a terror that threatened both elf and dwarf. Neither people alone could defeat it, but together they crafted bonds of song and stone to contain it. Another tremor shook the mountain, stronger this time, and a cold wind began to blow from the depths. With it came a sound, not the clean note of dwarf picks on stone or the clear tones of elvish song, but a discordant chaos that set their teeth on edge. The bonds weaken," Arden said grimly. "The ancient trust between our peoples faded, and with it, the strength of the seals. Now what was imprisoned stirs again." They descended deeper into the mountain's heart, following the growing sound. The passage opened into a vast cavern where great pillars of crystal rose from floor to ceiling, each inscribed with runes that glowed with alternating silver and gold light, elvish magic and dwarf craft combined. But the crystals were cracking. Through the growing fissures seeped a darkness deeper than mere absence of light, a hungry void that consumed both the golden glow of dwarf runes and the silver shine of elvish script. And from that darkness came a voice, ancient and cold as the spaces between stars. "Your ancestors were wise," it whispered in their minds. "They knew that divided, you would fall. United, you imprisoned me. Divided again, you failed to maintain the seals. And now the largest crystal shattered, and darkness poured forth like smoke." Gimli raised his axe, its blade catching the light of the remaining runes. Legolas knocked an arrow to his bow, though what effect ordinary weapons might have on such a foe, none could say. But Arden stepped forward, raising his hand. In it, he held something that blazed with inner fire, a shard of crystal from the lamp of the Veiler that had lit his havens through 3 ages of the world. "The old alliance is not dead while its memory lives in any heart," he declared. "Gimli, Legolas, your friendship has renewed what was sundered. The seals can be remade if you choose to trust in each other's strength as your ancestors once did, understanding dawned in both their eyes." Gimli planted his feet firmly on the stone floor, beginning the deep rhythmic chant that dwarves used to shape rock to their will. Legolas's clear voice rose in harmony, weaving elvish words of binding and strengthening through the dwarf's deeper tones. The darkness recoiled as their combined song filled the chamber. The remaining crystals blazed brighter, their runes sharpening, and where the 2 voices met in harmony, new crystal began to grow from floor and ceiling. See, Arden added his own voice, as ancient as the world itself, and raised high the crystal shard, its light piercing the darkness like a star. Slowly, inexorably, the void was driven back, contained once more in a prison of crystal and song. The new pillars rose gleaming, their runes blazing with gold and silver light, combined into something greater than either alone. When it was done, Gimli leaned on his axe, studying the new seals. "These will have to be maintained," he said, "regularly, by both our peoples." Legolas nodded. "Then we shall maintain them together, my friend. And perhaps," he smiled, "perhaps we might learn other things that our peoples once knew when they worked as one. In the years that followed, the chamber became a place of meeting and learning between the 2 peoples. Young dwarves and elves came there to study the ancient crafts that had been born of cooperation between their races. The crystals sang with renewed strength, their light a reminder that the greatest works arose not from isolation, but from trust and understanding between different peoples. And if travelers in the Blue Mountains sometimes heard, echoing from deep within the earth, the harmonious blend of dwarvish chants and elvish songs, they would smile knowing that ancient wounds were healing and old strengths were being reborn anew. Story 9. The Forges of Erebor sang their eternal song, hammer strikes echoing through ancient halls like heartbeats in the mountain's stone chest. But on this day, amid the familiar rhythms, Farin, son of Far Ar, heard something different, a whisper of melody that seemed to dance between the hammer falls, ethereal and ancient as starlight. The young dwarf smith paused in his work, his latest creation cooling forgotten on the anvil. There it was again, a strain of music unlike anything crafted by dwarvish voices, yet somehow familiar, as if remembered from a dream of deeper days. You hear it too, then. The voice belonged to Dwalin III, master of Erebor's guilds and keeper of its deepest secrets. The ancient dwarf's eyes gleamed in the forge light as he approached, his white beard glowing orange in the reflected flames. The song has been growing stronger since the last new moon. Farin nodded, unable to tear his attention from the ghostly melody that wound through the forge smoke. What is it, master? It sounds almost like elvish song, Dwalin finished. From the days when there are still ruled under the mountain, before the coming of Smaug. Come with me. They descended through levels few living dwarves had ever seen, past treasuries and workshops abandoned since the dragon's time. The melody grew stronger with each step downward, until at last they reached a chamber whose walls were carved with intricate patterns, not the geometric designs favored by dwarves, but flowing curves that reminded Farin of wind-blown leaves and flowing water. In the days of Thrar's prosperity, Dwalin explained, his voice hushed with reverence, there was commerce between Erebor and the elves of the Greenwood. More than commerce, there was collaboration. The elves brought their songs, we our craft, and together, he pressed his hand to one of the carved panels, and suddenly the chamber filled with music. The ghostly melody Farin had heard in the forges now surrounded them, but fuller, deeper, threaded through with harmonies that made his very bones resonate. Within the music, he could hear the rhythms of forge hammers, the hiss of hot metal and water, the ring of picks against stone, all the sounds of dwarven craft woven into elvish song. This chamber holds what we called the Forge Song, Dwalin said, a joining of elvish magic and dwarvish craft that strengthened the very foundations of the mountain. But it was lost when Smaug came, and in the years since our return, pride and old mistrust kept us from seeking to restore it. But why has it awakened now? Before Dwalin could answer, a horn blast echoed through the mountain's upper levels, not the deep notes of dwarvish horns, but the lighter, urgent calls used by the men of Dale. Warning signals. They rushed to the mountain's gates, where a rider from Dale waited with grave news. Armies were moving in the east, tribes from beyond the Sea of Rhûn, bearing weapons and siege engines of strange design. They had already overwhelmed several settlements, and their path led clearly toward Dale and Erebor. They strike at the heart of both our peoples, said Thornin, son of Dane Ironfoot and current king under the mountain. Dale and Erebor must stand together. The walls of Erebor have never fallen, someone shouted from the gathering crowd. Aye, but they have never faced weapons like these, the messenger replied. They're siege engines. They seem to sing as they attack, and stone crumbles before them like sand. Farron felt a chill of recognition. The enemy has found their own marriage of song and stone, he said. But we, he turned to Dwalin. The Forge Song, could it be awakened again? Fully? The old master's eyes lit with understanding. If we had elvish voices to complete the harmony. But the greenwood has grown distant since the War of the Ring. They keep to themselves now more than ever. Yet fate, it seemed, had other plans. As they debated, another company arrived at Erebor's gates, a small group of elves from the greenwood, led by none other than Legolas, son of Thranduil, who had fought alongside dwarves in the War of the Ring. We come seeking counsel, Legolas announced. Our seers have dreamed of shadow in the east, and of an ancient song that must be remembered, and so it was that dwarf and elf found themselves together in the deep chamber, where the carved walls still hummed with forgotten harmonies. Farron worked at a forge brought down from the upper levels, while elvish voices wove spells into the metal he shaped. Dwalin guided them all, reading from ancient records of how the magics had once been joined. Days passed as they worked to recreate what had been lost. The enemy drew closer, their strange engines now visible from Dale's highest towers. But in the chamber far below, something magnificent was taking shape. They forged tokens of power, small discs of metal that sang with the combined magic of both peoples. Each one contained a fragment of the great harmony, and when placed in the walls of Erebor and Dale, they strengthened stone and steel against any assault. The enemy came with their singing engines of destruction, but where their dark songs met the harmony of dwarf and elf working together, they could not prevail. The walls of Dale stood strong, and Erebor's gates remained unbreached. Yet the true victory was not in the repelling of enemies, but in what came after. The chamber of the Forge Song became a place where both peoples would gather, where ancient crafts were relearned and new ones discovered. The tokens they had forged remained in the walls, singing their song of unity and strength. And if you stand now in the great forges of Erebor, between the ring of hammers you might hear it, elvish voices rising with the smoke, weaving harmony with the percussion of dwarven craft, making the mountain herself sing with the strength of two peoples working as one. For Farron and his fellow craftsmen learned what their ancestors had known, that the greatest works come not from dwarf or elf alone, but from the harmony between them. The last song of Erebor became not an ending, but a new beginning, a reminder that in the joining of different strengths lies power greater than any one people could achieve alone. And in the decades that followed, when traders from Dale spoke of the mountain's unshakable strength, they would tell also of the music that could sometimes be heard drifting from its depths, dwarvish hammers and elvish songs joined together, keeping time with the very heartbeat of the mountain. Story 10. Deep beneath the sundered peaks of the Blue Mountains, where the ancient halls of Nograd lay half drowned by the seas that claimed Beleriand, echoes of forgotten songs still lingered in the stone. It was here, in these twilight chambers between land and sea, that Rhûn first heard the whispers of his destiny. The young dwarf stood before a wall of black marble, his torch casting dancing shadows across runes that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. His fingers, calloused from years of apprenticeship in the forges, traced the elegant curves of script that should have been foreign to his kind, for these were not the angular runes of the dwarves, but the flowing letters of the Eldar. "Your blood remembers what your mind does not," came the voice of Thorin Stonekeeper, the ancient loremaster who had guided Rhûn since childhood. The old dwarf's eyes gleamed beneath his snow-white brows as he watched his pupil read the elvish script with unconscious ease. Rhûn withdrew his hand as if burned. "How is this possible? These are not our letters, yet I can read them as clearly as Khuzdul, because, young one, you are heir to both traditions." Thorin's voice carried the weight of long-kept secrets. "In your veins flows the blood of Telcher, greatest of Nograd's craftsmen, and also that of the Cinder, the Grey Elves of Doriath. You are the product of a love that helped forge the Noglam Ar, and of the tragedy that followed. The revelation fell upon Rhûn like avalanche, shifting the very foundations of his world. Tales of the Noglam Ar, the legendary necklace that had housed one of the Silmarils, had been whispered in the halls of the Blue Mountains for ages. But always they spoke of how the work had led to war between elves and dwarves, a sundering that had never truly healed. As Thorin unfolded the tale, Rhûn learned of his ancestor, a master craftsman who had worked alongside the elven artisans of Doriath in secret, sharing knowledge that both peoples had forbidden to share. Their collaboration had produced works of such beauty that they transcended the mistrust between their races. And in those days of shared purpose, love had bloomed between the craftsman and an elven singer whose songs could weave enchantments into metal and stone. But then came the matter of payment and pride, and the Silmaril, Thorin continued, his voice heavy with grief. Blood was shed in Doriath's halls, and the lovers were separated by their people's hatred. Yet, their line continued in secret, preserved through generations of those who hoped that one day the wounds between our peoples might heal before Rhûn could process this revelation. A deep rumble shook the chamber. From the partially submerged lower halls came sounds of stone grinding against stone, and with it, a pale blue light that should not have existed so far underground. "It seems the past stirs," Thorin muttered, gripping his staff tightly. The ancient works sensed the presence of one who carries the blood of their makers. Together, they descended water-worn steps into chambers that had not seen footsteps since the breaking of the world. Here, in halls half claimed by the sea, they found traces of the great works, shattered forges that had once sung with the combined crafts of two peoples, workshops where elvish enchantment and dwarven craft had merged to create wonders never seen before or since. And there, suspended in a chamber filled with knee-deep seawater, floated fragments of something that made Rhûn's blood sing, shards of the Noglam Ar itself, still gleaming with remembered glory, though the Silmaril was long lost. But they were not alone in their discovery. Dark figures emerged from the shadows, treasure seekers who had followed them down, drawn by rumors of ancient wealth. Their leader stepped forward, a tall dwarf with eyes that burned with desperate greed. The lost treasures of Nograd at last. he breathed. "Step aside, boy. These belong to our people alone," and Rhûn felt power stirring in his blood as he faced the intruders. The shards of the Noglamr gleamed brighter, responding to his dual heritage. In that moment, he understood that he faced the same choice that had sundered his ancestors: to claim the treasures for one people alone, or to seek a path of reconciliation. These treasures belong to both peoples, and Rhûn declared, his voice carrying the authority of both bloodlines. They were created by elves and dwarves working as one, and their power can only be fully realized through cooperation, not conflict. The chamber trembled as he spoke, and the waters began to glow with an inner light. The shards of the Noglamr rose from the water, dancing with remembered purpose. Through them, Rhûn could feel the echoes of ancient songs, elvish voices twining with dwarven hammers and harmonies that had been silent for ages. The treasure seekers hesitated, awed by the display of power they could sense but not fully comprehend. Rhûn stretched out his hands, and the fragments assembled themselves into a pattern, not the complete necklace, but a new form that spoke of both traditions, a crown that combined the geometric precision of dwarven craft with the flowing grace of elvish design. "This is our true inheritance," Rhûn proclaimed. Not the treasures themselves, but the knowledge that our peoples can create wonders together that neither could achieve alone. The leader of the treasure seekers lowered his weapon, recognition dawning in his eyes. "The prophecies spoke of one who would bridge the ancient divide," he said slowly. "We thought it meant a diplomat or a warrior, not a craftsman with the blood of both peoples." In the days that followed, word spread through both the dwarven halls and the elvish havens that remained in Middle-earth. Some came seeking to deny or destroy this evidence that their peoples were not meant to remain forever separate. But others, especially among the younger generation, saw in Rhûn and the reforged crown a symbol of hope, proof that ancient wounds could heal, and that the greatest works arose not from isolation, but from cooperation. And so began a new chapter in the long history of Middle-earth, as Rhûn worked to bridge the divide between his peoples. In workshops that combined forge and song, he taught both races the forgotten arts that had once made Noggrid great. The crown he had fashioned became known as the Crown of Two Kindreds, a symbol of reconciliation that gained power not from gems or gold, but from the harmony it represented. For in the end, Rhûn realized, he was not just heir to two bloodlines, but to a dream of unity that had survived ages of mistrust. In the restored halls of Noggrid, where the sea's voice mingled with hammer song and elvish melody, that dream began at last to take shape in stone and silver, in craft and song, in hearts once divided, but now slowly learning to beat as one. And so, the tale of the heir of Noggrid became one of hope, proof that even the deepest wounds could heal, if one had the courage to reach across ancient divides and forge new paths in the darkness between worlds.